Hello everyone! Sorry for the slight delay in getting started. Had some interesting things going on. Good news is that the Discord server is kind of operational, so that's always nice to see. I'm gonna need to move this down some. And I've updated the Discord command to appropriately show that this is now an available thing. I want these two to be higher up. Okay. So yeah, we will see. Anyway, I'll be honest, I've played Grace Age of Eternity Chronicles up to the 5th case. I have not actually started the 5th case. Oh, and as you can see, we have a couple of the proto results for the emotes up. Working on that still, but they're there now for you to use. Hopefully you enjoy them. That said, as I was saying, I've done up to the 5th case. I have not started the 5th case. But this was like a year ago. You can see if I do like load game. As you can see, I played back in like 2021. So I don't really remember most of the cases. And like even the last thing was like, I did like case 4 like last year, like June of last year basically. So I don't remember very much. I don't even remember the characters at all from the first case. I remember it was in a restaurant, that's about it. So I figure it would be best to just start over if I'm going to be streaming this and just share the adventure all over again with you all. And then starting from Adventures Case 5 onward, we will actually be experiencing the story brand new together. I don't know anything about the cases beyond that point. So let's go ahead and start with the first case. Also, I'm down here because it's a better space for hiding less of this view.
活気に満ち溢れる帝都の民は変化、革新の熱気にむせ返り、その変化に戸惑う者も飲み込んで、時代は大きなうねりの中にあった。
Oh. He looks so derpy still.
そして今、そんな時代を舞台に一つの物語が幕を開く。
Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Bienvenue à la Carnival. 22nd of November, 1843 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defenders Anti-Achievement 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Gah. I'm sorry. Gah. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Hi, Salad. Thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. How are you today? Thank you. By the way, that should actually trigger an invite to you from my Discord server that I just got set up. I wanted to see if that would work for you. Please let me know if it does. Thank you very much for the resub. Hi, hi. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Get dumped on. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Gah. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days. Yume, university professor, murdered in cold blood by a student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Something impressive. It's not that impressive. Give me just a quick sec, I want to fix something. There, I'll just do it this way. The very concept of lawyers is only but a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! Yay! Poggers! Looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. Megapog. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. His band always fluttering in the wind, no matter what. Indoors or out, day or night, its majesty is unceasing. I wanted to bring about a change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Eyeball. Sorry.
Discord is now showing that you are streaming.
Yeah. It reconnected properly. That's what happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this guy? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Rinosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. Don't hurt me. My name is Yuji Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I'd heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Oh, oh. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Gah! What? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. What? He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants from overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it! Okay, I don't believe you. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Huh? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. It's just like, don't be stupid. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Descendant! Defendant! Not descendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are about to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Stupid idiot. This is it. If the trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. This was the start of my journey. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. The 22nd of November, 9 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom number 2. Hey, it's my birthday. So, this is a courtroom. Dun, 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 dun. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't like much the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. Huh? Nani? Nande? Why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Pain just teleports in. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. Thank you, Alora. Hello. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate your support. Wonderful to have you. Thank you so much. Yay! Thank you so much. You should also get an invite to the Discord. Please let me know if that's the case. If so, please follow it. I want to see if it actually worked. Alright. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obligated to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it! This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Hi! I will! Hi! 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 What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? Nani? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Betrayal. Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. Grrr. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Alright. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Igiari. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhiro-san? Oh! Yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Head empty, no thoughts. Just relax and let the guilty verdict sweep over your head. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a university student to be brought before the Supreme Court.
Oh, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competency for the task you have undertaken. Competence. I can hear the trickle of you wetting yourself from here. I am not confident in your capabilities. My competence? My continence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job, and to avoid further accidents in the court. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am! It's so... So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the nature and name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But... wait. I'm so nervous I can't remember. What was it again? Yunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank again. As head empty, no thoughts. Save me, senpai. You know me too well. All the relevant information in this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find it. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of the V key. If you've ever found that you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press V for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead of with V. I'm just like imagining like Ryunosuke like sitting in court and he's just like holding like a gigantic V key like up to his face and he's just like and like freaking out, just like staring at it like it's like projecting on like hologram of the character. You'll find details about the victim here. When you're done, just press X to go back. John H. Wilson, the victim of the case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press C to present. Try it now.
Try it now.
Hi. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. As most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not?
Yume is like dream, kind of. It's a like cross between dream and famous. Famous is Yume, but dream is Yume. So like it might be a play on words that is actually like crossing dream and like fame. Like kind of makes sense. I don't know. Anyway.
Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education, have you no honor?
Gah, but I didn't do it. My soul. Stop being so. This court is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Good. See you in English class tomorrow then, part. If it's just like a flashback to something that we just saw like a couple seconds ago, just skip that part. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. Hi, domo. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Hi, domo, Ryo desu. Hi. Hi, domo. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Oh, obviously that was, Postmortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and is caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Examining this in more detail reveals that there was the fatal hemorrhaging for pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound. Also, we have a badge. It's a university collar pin, proof that we're a student at the Imperial Yume University. He always wears on its collarless uniform jacket. Well, obviously that was a Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now! Hi, Lord! Yeah, it's a really good game. This game in particular has like a lot of melodrama that I hope you attend future streams and get to enjoy. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right, the post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Good. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion.
Is deaded. I'm die. Thank you forever.
In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Pimpeco. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record.
The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record.
So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Pictures are amazing. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Oh, certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah! Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Osogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you could give would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of evidence is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Your legs look weak, your arms look too heavy. There's no spaghetti for you here. Straighten up. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. I'm dying. Please, ignore my blood. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. Coughing up blood is not okay.
As everyone knows, the capital southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Yes.
It's the consumption. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, okay. Perspiring, maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still unoccupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery.
Strike it down.
Gunshot ran out, so I hurried to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hi! Hold up! Hold up! Let me just clarify something here. Where I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, this dumbass really saw someone get shot and went, gun! Ooh! Oh, look everybody, gun! I will never understand this impulse of, brain empty, no thoughts. I am voidling. I see shiny object. I pick up shiny object. My precious. Ari's Class of Failure Management, Episode 1, Lesson 1. Don't pick up murder weapons. It will not involve you. Don't do it. Okay? Okay.
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But...
No. The next time you interrupt in an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. Just not now. So shut up. For now, quietly listen to the witness.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. If I may conform one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Mm-hmm.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Wait, what did he just say? Huh? There was no one else around that table?
What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
That's just not right.
When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello,
Hi, Balloon.
there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And it's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Wait and see.
I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose so. I'd have never gotten into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty.
Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry.
And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it.
Yeah!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection! Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw.
Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're very clearly a conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record.
So, the court has now heard a preface of the case. Let's look at this thing. If we examine it, we can see that if you look at it, it says like entrance, kitchen, and then, wait, how do we like detailed examination? Oh, okay, I can't do that yet. Okay, yes. So the court has now heard a preface of the case.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Gah. Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean? Bruh, you innocent or not?
Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Bitch, what'd you say? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. Am I going to have to slap you?
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? Huh, punk?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? Want me to cut you down here with this sword of mine? This battle hasn't even begun yet, Rinosuke, and you're already whimpering like a coward. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Boom! Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is.
Mutter, 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 mutter.
Indeed. Prosecutor Auchi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. You'll be choking on your own words. The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
I hope I'm doing a good job making him hateable.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
Dun 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 dun. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir! The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant! Yes, sir! No, sir! Reporting for duty, sir!
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effervescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Raste, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Korakuta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pair.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurants on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. Yes.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell as well as too. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele.
Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! An enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner, and what can only be described as an act of war, sir!
That was that black uniformed road infantry man over there who unloaded his firearm, sir.
This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was... Not very impressive. The soldiers claiming that they actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah? Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable yet? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment from the incident occurred.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
We begin with our first witness testimony. What the witnesses saw.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the old man's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed bastard fired on the English civilian, and from the back the cowardly little weasel.
Ow. Doing that kind of hurts.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Yes, I know what I went.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosaw, actually have witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim.
Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir, that cruel and unforgivable enemy.
What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. Curious, yes.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone.
Is that really true, Inosuke?
Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor, like an idiot. I'm an idiot and I deserve to be here, but I'm not. I didn't actually do it. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I just went to my day table and just sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Idiot sambo.
Oh, gun!
I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. My question is how did you not hear it, go off? You're just sitting there drinking coffee and a gunshot goes off and you're like, huh? Huh? Must have been the wind.
Must have been a wild animal.
You're worse than the Skyrim guards. So I bent down and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, if that's the truth, there's obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. Hi, Dia. Good to see you again. Glad to have you around. I started adding some of my first draft emotes and things like that, and I made a Discord server. If you'd like to join voice chat, you can do that now. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal in the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is?
Inosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-examine?
Do it now, before I cut your head off.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this
Hi, domo.
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I mean,
The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dun, dun, dun. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki head boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection. The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
Ugh. Cosmo is so commanding.
Very well.
Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie.
Well, yes, but
It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence.
right, evidence.
All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying.
Slayer.
Now let's go, Ryunosuke! Don't let them beat you!
Little baby slap on the desk.
Cross-examination begins. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant, having a tactical discussion with them. Oh,
For the most part, I'll go ahead and advance further.
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique?
I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask.
Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you.
alright then. This beef steak you mentioned, what kind of food is that?
10 shot! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Food courtesy meals around a beefsteak would be always how to decorate it as a cutlet.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that?
10 shot! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and fried in cooking oil. Exceptional gift of verdict atoned for crimes when you're released from prison. Try it!
He's just like, yes sir, I will, on the double, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are, how do I put this, relevant to the case? Sorry, I'll do this. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing sort of wow crying behind you?
Negative.
Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover? Question mark? Affirmative? It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Questions are hard. Myself, I was extolling the virtues, particularly fine golden Clio to the military gentleman. Oh, I'm sliding. That's a thing.
black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English fisherman from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
This is an inconsistency because, as we know, the photograph from the victim shows that he was shot in the front and died from that, and there was no exit wound, so he can't possibly have a gunshot wound in his back. So, there's also the potential to, check this. Yeah. Okay. So, clearly he was shot in the front and subsequently died. So, 4%. Epic silence. Okay. Let's do this. Okay.
What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrust in the photographic print in my mustache.
Why? Why are you like this? Why? Why are you like this?
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously.
That, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Gah, this is so frustrating.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
I love his music. It's so good. Cosmo, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, can I like slide? I want to slide my like Abby up a little bit more. Yeah, let's go. Fight you. Let's go.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
The statement you just made was this. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I wouldn't scramble through my military red eyes, sir. Hi. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because, help me, senpai. Look at this photograph.
The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain this?
Oh,
What the?
what was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Does he have like a mutant tumor growing out of his back?
Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this junction, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were...
It's a baby. I wanna see a baby. Firmly fixed on the delicious Lock Carnival steak, sir. Huh?
The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yes Sir No Sir, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
Gah, that's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Get dunked on. Absolutely dumpstered. Correct.
I'm like playing around more with like the poses today. Absolutely destroyed. Just completely destroyed. Absolutely nothing left.
There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. Kazuma's amazing. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. I had a universal good out there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes?
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Or, myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor?
Down on the floor. Hunting for treasure. Yes.
Treasure?
Indeed, the Hueco band my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest for my shop recipe.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you?
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Huey treasure. I believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not. But I was presented with little alternative. Yes. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
The Koban vanished?
Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. Blammo.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hawaii treasure. Nothing could distract me. Nothing, not even your soul leaving your body, would deter me from my search.
Oh, okay. You're scaring me, but okay.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoeko one was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
I know not of the scoundrel. I hope we find him. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ochi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Yes. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Kazuma, now is not the time for, believe me, why are you like this?
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. you will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as cuticle glass, Your Excellency. Yes. Yes, sir, at once, sir. A witness signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Idol.
It was seeing those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Cosmo has jokes. I don't know, sir. I do know, sir. I don't know, sir. It's supposed to be idle.
Idol. Attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Witness testimony. The true culprit.
Even what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that long yard and back. Yes, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, down and all by himself, yes. Therefore, no other one can the black uniform cadet have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table.
I don't know, sir. That's great. You're right, it is. I don't know, sir. That's so no good. That's so good. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of this court and speak accordingly. Sorry, I did the wrong voice.
We're not here to listen to your fantasies.
Good.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecutor has proud evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel?
Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
Gah, this doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new... Oh, wait. Sorry, that's the judge.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. I don't understand. What's going on here? I need to pull up, like, that Kadikarist, like, I don't understand.
The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the enmity of these two great empires is an honor. Takatsuchi Aochi.
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. No, not like this.
Stand tall, Inosuke. It's not over yet.
This reminds me of a Yu-Gi-Oh song called Step Up. Oh, I wanna like cue that so I can like play it at a certain point if we get there. Okay, let's do this. Okay, what?
If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, Understood.
Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. Cross-examination begins. The true culprit.
No, it's not.
Yeah. And then, furthermore, visual search of premises. This is like the start of the suspicious part, so let's press here. You must have noticed something else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. Objection! Have you have been in pains to point out time and time again every bit I'm going a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Gah. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her.
Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner at any restaurant.
I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day. And why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
Also, this was found in the victim's jacket pocket. Sorry, I missed a line. Check history. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Had a clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke?
Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful.
Should I ask for the medical report to be submitted as evidence or not? In general, like, just a general rule of thumb for these games, you should, if you have the option to add something to the court record and it's not a multiple choice between multiple things, you should always go ahead and do that. If you additionally have, like, the option to press further or hold back, usually you should press further. Just general advice for playing these. If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
The
The court has already made conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous.
It's already heard. Sorry.
Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection! Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Gah. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
The fuck you mean?
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report to the court record and see the prosecutor bound and gagged.
Okay.
The victim's medical report has been added to the court record.
What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first.
Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten. Well, the witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korokoto-san. Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman. Dining all by himself? Yes.
Let's also look at our new evidence. We have, can we forward that? No. We have the medical report card. So now we need to just go ahead and go through. Let's press this one. Oh, no. This is like the first like suspicious thing. All by myself. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you?
That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. Yes. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Yes. And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one.
No.
The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why?
If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniform protected and smash the Englishman. Over now.
No.
Why aren't you telling the truth?
What? What would you say for that?
I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. She looks like Mary Poppins. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
Gah, that's right.
Precisely, in other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. Oh, and if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say with this. Emotional damage. Pain pickle.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now.
Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before.
Oh, you mean this?
Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
How exactly? Okay, this is how you get it. I was like, I need to examine it. I know, right? The gaslighting is so real in this.
You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press the Z key, and you can take a closer look at the piece of question. Use WASD to spin it in the air, and rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles by using the arrow keys. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. The crosshairs start to pulsate. Press the Z key to investigate further. Now, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail.
Okay, okie dokies. Court record. Let's look at everything in... Oh wait, I can't do this one yet. Oh, you have to, like, actually go through this. I need to use WASD, arrow keys, and Z to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Spin it round, right round. It's a stamp book!
Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia.
Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out?
It seems so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief.
Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain.
There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed.
Really?
Sounds like information worth bearing in mind.
The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record.
With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you?
Definitely. Okay. Let's also just examine all of the things. Oh, that's not a textbook. So this is the dentist hot-plated date. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one.
Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then?
Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicines. They give you painful injections. They inflict pain, echo, and emotional damage. I hate them. And then they demand lots of money for you from the privilege of torturing you, all when you're at your lowest emotional point.
You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed.
It says how to clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries.
Aren't they all the same thing?
When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it, never my whole life.
Most people would give their right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like yours. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything.
I think that was everything. Actually, everything. Yep, this is everything. Okay. So, the important statement here is, there's a... Huh? I thought they were... Hold on. Oh, right, it was the very first one. I just... Wait, what? Oh, right, dining. This is the statement. So, this is the reason we needed the updated medical report is because he can't have been the one eating because he's prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. Clearly, there's food on the table, therefore he wasn't the one eating the food.
Hi! Yes! Captain Falcon has entered the courtroom.
Well, I think,
About what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer.
Oh, I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Everyone is so hard on him.
You know, Sky, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Just get to the point.
Thanks, Kazuma.
I could see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking.
Okay, alright.
Thanks for the advice. Deep breaths. Let's go. Korokuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Baby slap. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection! Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish trouble.
But
Let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is irrelevant.
But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Deep breaths, calm down, and just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court have heard has been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly perpetrated the crime.
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? Oh, we got a actually, like, good desk slam?
What? That outburst have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
See, you're sweating bullets. Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Yeah?
What? What are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't be.
Korokuta-san,
What, boy? What?
as you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, just said one of his tooth extraction was still experiencing the after effects of the anesthesia and used the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. He's starting to believe.
Objection! What is this nonsense, you little upstart?
Be right back. I'm just grabbing. I just need to take a quick drink of water. Hold on a sec.
Hoi!
Okay.
Those are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
Wow, he's just dumbstaring
What did you today? How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have Kazuma has the puns. They're so bad, but they're so good. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. The turning of the tables is a thing.
Thonking.
So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat.
Indeed, Aurora, it just means so good.
Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel?
Counsel? Oh, that's me, right? Yeah, that's me. Poggies.
Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of.
Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... me! I was the one who ate the steak! Wait, I wanna... hold on. Let's save and slot it. I'm gonna say me, just for the, just for the jokes. I want to know what this is. Yes! I think it may have been me!
What?
Objection! It's not enough that you took the man's life, but you took his meal as well! There's a bee sting on my crying face. Oh, wait, there's a bee sting on a crying face. Some people seem to think they can do whatever they like. First you took his life, then you took a steak. Good lord, what's next?
Some people seem to think they can say whatever they like. Leonovsky?
Sorry, you're right. Of course I didn't eat it. It was a joke. It was a joke.
The next time you make a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. Then you'll be needing some dental surgery yourself.
Oh, okay. I get the message. Please don't hurt me. The person eating the steak was an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only be someone else who is sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her.
When the incident occurred, we knew that the victim couldn't have been eating any. Yet we have evidence of half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly.
Cousin. Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them! Those two witnesses in the stand!
What? What are you talking about?
We have demonstrated with evidence the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied while giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury.
Perjury? The first time in the series... This is like one of the few times in the series this actually comes up. For some reason, like, in a lot of the games, like, obviously this is like the main half of like the main gameplay is like figuring out discrepancies in court and putting out the inconsistencies. There are times when people are like blatantly lying and like perjury almost never comes up. This makes me happy that they've mentioned perjury. It needs to be brought up more often. But I guess it's just like they don't want to break your immersion, so. Anyway.
And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder? No! Not like this.
Hold it! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I've just followed orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Ah. Ah. Oh. Oh. We got him. Got him. Got him. Oh, I'm over here now. Hi. Okay. Let me move this over here.
What did you just say, Korakuta-san?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders, huh?
No, hold on, lad. I was.
Say you never saw the gentlewoman.
Gah.
When you say gentle, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? Perhaps?
What? Objection! What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
I forgot what his voice is.
Just one simple slip of the tongue.
No, that is intentional deceit in an attempt to frame for murder. This is not a simple slip of the tongue, friends. This is not okay. Okay? Okay? Not like this. Not like this.
Order, counsel, explain what is going on here.
Oh, this reminds me, there is someone who, I watched at one point who played these, who had an amazing voice for the judge when he said order. I will do it once on the next time the judge calls for order. And I'll go back to normal afterwards, but I want to do it just once.
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Baby step. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening.
Ryunosuke? Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Probably been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. So, obviously there's only one other person in this entire case who could it be, who possibly could be it at this time. And look at this.
Whoa, that's unexpected.
What is?
Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga.
Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. Jeez, and I thought you were a smart lawyer.
It's not the name that's unexpected. Don't give me shit. It's his job title.
His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth?
I have no idea.
But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here, the waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Hello, Supera. How are you? Solpura. How are you? Nice to see you. Thank you very much for coming to watch the chat. I hope you enjoy the stream today. And thank you for following me. Good to see you.
Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit.
So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut.
Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here.
But how? How can we possibly?
Remember how we made progress before?
Before?
We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result.
Oh yes, that's right.
Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this,
Well, Your Excellency?
No time to think.
I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my mind. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Calm mind. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Satoru. Hey!
Well, surely that would be
Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san?
The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection! Poppycock! What possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not have possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. However, if, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were?
Come on, Rinosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth.
Step up with the truth.
The truth about Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
On the front, it stated that Hosonaga-san is a police inspector. Present. Hey!
the plan of the restaurant sketch. Oh wait, sorry, that's the judge.
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Have you had a stroke? I perhaps I should have said the front, right? The front. That's what the back of the back is called. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. I swear I'm not on drugs.
You clearly are.
Somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say.
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I hadn't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular citizens are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders?
He's good with these. He's got the puns. I don't remember him being so good with the puns. He's so good with these. I don't think I picked this up.
Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well... Inspector Hosonaga.
I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I strive to carry out all my investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working at a restaurant waiter?
Ah, of course, your salary must be terrible.
I was working undercover.
Undercover?
Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? So you ask. That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been made aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Yes, that is correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable.
As I suspected.
Bang.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened.
The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student.
I realize his existing voice is a little bit too close to Kazuma's, so I'm trying to make it a little different. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman.
So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the borough. It was then that I received some special orders.
Special orders? You mean to say...
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea.
Huh?
The Empire views the friendly terms of its relation with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on all soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect?
Maybe I would try to give him a British accent or something. I don't know. I need to figure out a way to differentiate him.
Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the phantom woman in this case.
But it's not right. Yeah, I think I'll go with that. That should help distinguish the two of them. Hopefully you can tell them all apart. Everyone who's listening. Hopefully. I'm trying.
One possibility does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Kazuma?
Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman.
Huh?
You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
You mean...
When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brent. She's indeed a foreign student in the research laboratory of Yuma University's medical faculty. What?
What is happening here?
He's having a stroke. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection! But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegrapher report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Sit down and shut up. Inspector Hosanaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost of urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So it won't be a problem?
I'm dying.
But guts! Nothing will get in my way.
Let's fighting.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
I wonder if can you hear the echo more if I using the water bottle as an echoing thingy?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before we convene.
To be continued. Save your current progress. Overriding slot 8. (22nd of November, 11:38 a.m.) Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber Number 5.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb.
Good. My heart was in my mouth the entire time.
It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again.
Anyway, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, student from Great Britain, is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
I may not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation of one thing I'm sure of.
Yes, I can see that.
So, about this young gentleman.
Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems.
Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. Just after I bent down and picked it up.
Bang!
I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen.
Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area.
Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you.
I think it's the guy.
Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway.
What? What are you saying, Kazuma?
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
To me? Huh?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume, and it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprits as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank yous.
Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. Something I think we may need.
Understood. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defending Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them.
Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really?
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith. As a lawyer and as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. Thank you. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose! Wait. Sorry, I dropped. Wait. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial, once we've won. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. That's the spirit. With an extra large portion, of course. Let's get back in there. 22nd of November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 2.
Mutter, 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 mutter.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Algie, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Gah. Sorry.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. You still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down on our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on.
He's got an excellent point.
You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you junked up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny they're no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said.
Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
A fair bit of warning, she's super racist. I hate her lines. I just want to say that ahead of time. I hate everything about her character. And I don't want to... I'm not going to enjoy voicing her, but I'll do it for the sake of like having another character voice. But I hate everything that she says.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea.
Is that true?
No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court, milady?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true...
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? English and always ladies first.
Is that true?
No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I? Yes, this was 5 minutes ago. Your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Really?
Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
La vie, c'est la vie. America. Huh? Eh?
I'm terribly sorry, my dear lady, but what?
Sa, 何を言っているわからないけど、これを言ってあげる。
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She is a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yuma University's medical faculty.
Oh my, it's such a rare treat.
Oh wait, I'll change his voice just for this one.
Oh my, it's such a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people.
I just wanted to channel Take for a couple seconds there with the oh my.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Cosmo. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Not you. Not you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Ryunosuke.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brent. 3 days ago at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
Is ilala ini? Is it al She says, yes. Yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately.
Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape.
I was just following special orders from the bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Yes, please. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
Do you mean to say?
Yes, it will appear the lady did witness the crime.
The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Why does she have... She has, like... I want her floof. I want her floof. The rest of her can go burn in the fire somewhere. But I want her floof. I want her floof.
Order! Order in court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency?
Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Gasp.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
Witness testimony. Had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterward, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
This is a condemning test.
Hey! Chotto matte!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection! Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. Look at the snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court are going to believe. Thank you so much, Sopra. I really appreciate the subscription. That's so wonderful of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you truly for your support. This has been a wonderful day. There's a Discord as well if you are interested. It's currently pretty small since I am a small streamer and I just set it up today, but if you're interested, should let you join, and since you have thingies, you can join the voice chat if you're interested. And talk directly to me at times with streams and things like that. Thank you once more for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn.
Gah, but he's so annoying.
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the borough. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
Are you kidding me? She has giant floof, she has a hat, she has a giant swan on top of the hat. There's flowers. You could probably... I don't know. Okay. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. Nyeh, nyeh, nyeh.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. These are the witnesses' own words on the matter.
Gah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it.
Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke.
But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun that day. There that day.
You're right about that, which means that the lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart.
So, ooh. Evil smile.
Defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
She's evil.
So, but there was a glass on the table. So let's get some more information about this. He was unable to eat, you said. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hata Clinic, correct?
That's right.
You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering.
Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment.
So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett?
That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water.
Just water?
Yes, the professor wasn't able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each.
They each raised a glass of carbonated water. Let's examine the court record. Sorry, this one. So here's the thing. They said that they each toasted a glass and this was left as exactly as it previously was. Where's the second glass? I don't see it.
What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement?
It's very meaningful.
Baby slap.
The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
My eyes are starting to vibrate.
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well, sidestepped, counsel.
Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one.
Which one?
The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. You're amazing.
I hope there's some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Brunosuke.
I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Let's double check this. So both you and the professor drink with this carbonated water, did you?
Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so.
Except you're actually a detective.
And the beef steak. That was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world.
Yes, that's true.
What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion.
And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful.
Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is?
True. Come to think of it, the first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. I am somewhat surprised with that. I don't know. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. I'm sorry. This face is just the biggest dirt face ever. He's just like, oh, oh. I don't know why this face gets me so much. I don't know, it's great. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying.
We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around.
Understood, Kazuma. Such a good face. Yeah, so that's what I was saying, where like it can't have been like, this doesn't make sense because there's only one glass in this picture. So this is a contradiction. Hi. Also, another thing that you can did it again. Another thing that you can tell in these games that indicates that you've gotten the right answer is the music will usually stop when you've done the right objection. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left.
That is correct, the lady says.
Well, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Gah.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured.
Objection! Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection! Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
Then where is it? But there should have been 2 glasses on the table.
Or are you gonna try to tell me you can clink with only one?
You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Blink? Oh?
Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
Huh? Why? What? Who, what, where, when, why?
It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she said. Good gracious.
I don't... Question mark.
Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
What?
No. This can't be put down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
Ah, but now that the concept of the handbag has been introduced, that opens up a lot more possibilities for carrying things.
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a most...
Oh wait, that's some of this.
The lady has offered a most satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance here, of course, it's the handbag. Like I said, now you have things to carry. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you said?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags or small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what if she forgot to what she forgot to mention was her handbag? In which case it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we deduced there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes.
did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir, I did not.
As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No! No! Not like this.
I mentioned that I was going to do the thing with the one thing, with the next time the droid said order. I will do it just this once because it made me laugh when the other person did it.
meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Archie? Why on earth?
Oh, sorry. Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask.
They are saying Igi Adi. Igi is like objection, and then Adi is short for arimasu. So it's like, I have a problem. Like, let's see, Igi is like problem. Like, there is a problem. Like, I have like an objection. Think so, Kazuma? He's dying.
Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way? Excuse me?
I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about.
Uh-huh.
Yeet.
This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Bart's handbag. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like this are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Bart's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
Shotgun. Kazuma's like, bro, you okay?
Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency.
The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. Let's look at the photograph, of course. First thing to do whenever we get new evidence is to look at it. Okay, so there's nothing in the handbag, but what we can also see is that there is a hand here. And there's this, this like bowl-shaped mark on his hand, which is kind of weird. And we've actually seen this before. It's on the plate. It's like right here. Why? Not understand. Why? Why is this here? Okay. So.
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic Ripley slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start.
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Rinosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? You mean this is it?
Gah.
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weaker meat while the strong eat.
Weird meat. You are weak meat, weak sauce.
You're weak meat and the lawyer next to you is the weak sauce. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't even commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby proclaim you... Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection. This amateurist is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Hey, so this quedó.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection! This is blatant scrawl crutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, Counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbook.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, this prosecution is becoming tired of these rookies' desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it.
Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded.
It's over here.
Go! Hey!
Look at this here. Look at this part of the photograph. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. This is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right.
Go on, Inspector. Police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it...
Oh wait, that's the judge.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aochi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Gah.
The state of ruin.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. Well, I'm quite sure his Excellency is about to give his better ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am.
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, then we might be able to prise the shutting door back open again.
This is what I was pointing out with like the mark thingy.
Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can allow you to pursue what is more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that it irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case.
Deep breaths. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this tread.
It's the picture. Look at this photograph. Hey.
What's this, Council? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry it up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? Cease the poetry and get to the point. To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection. You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Right there. It's the mark on the plate.
The beef steak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate?
Oh! Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnivore. Ah! This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Gah!
Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection! But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before, or the day before that.
Well, Objection! Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim.
Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster suddenly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure.
Can you be more specific, Inspector?
Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain.
I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival,
I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
There you have it. Something isn't right here.
as the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, nor any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either.
What are you suggesting?
Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day...
That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aochi?
Well, yes, I suppose. Don't get where you're going with this yet, but...
So the question is, why did a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
I almost don't believe it. Rinosuke, do you think?
Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of an apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... It's not that he couldn't have noticed it. A 3-second, third-degree burn like that wouldn't be happen. If you were asleep, that would wake you up. Again, it wouldn't make sense to be that much. The only reason you would have your hand on something that hot for 3 seconds straight without moving it off, instinctively you would react to move that off. So, the only way that that could happen is if he was already dead and his hand was just resting on it, and he wasn't alive anymore to recognize that. No man could remain silent while his wrist was being burned on a piping hot plate for 3 hot seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel?
Are you suggesting?
I am. Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once.
How?
The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous play by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection. No, Prosecutor Aochi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
And this is why you need to do, if he was already dead, then it means that he wasn't killed with a gunshot. If you're just looking at a dead corpse and there's a bullet wound in it, you're gonna go yeah, probably died to the gunshot. So this is why forensic science is important.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? You're too stupid. Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Breton knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events.
Did any of you in the chat anticipate that this was the way that we were going to end up going?
sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency... Donkey.
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Evil smile. What was that smile? Yes, of course, I long for a worthy opponent. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
What?
Parag. Ah, Miss Brett, you
speak Japanese?
shooketh. Everyone in the entire courtroom shooketh. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. And now you see why I don't like her. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chosen virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well,
You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
相棒、面白くなったね。The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea what the poor man burnt his wrist like that. On the way to brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony would go down in the Supreme Court.
Bruh, she is insulting you and everything you stand for. It's not very captivating or beautiful.
Thank you.
Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Forgive me, I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, my dear lady. This seems very clear from your testimony. But this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer?
You'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. The waiter brought my steak. The professional raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can have been taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Okay, let's just go through pressing. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. And do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours. And the waiter's just like, oh my god. Why? Why? I don't understand. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? What? What fun. You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. Hey, long time to see you, Cake.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Inosuke.
Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. The way that he's just like, yes, insult me more. This guy is... Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although,
Although?
whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you. I have enough English to understand that at least for the benefit the court means. Bless you. No, she just told you to die and burn in the fires of perdition. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. I see.
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it could only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, you wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought up from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Idiot. Objection. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ochi is right.
Good. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken... Hold it!
Without leaving a trace?
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. It's not our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hotonaga?
Oh, no. She's making fun of the fact that you don't have actual forensic science.
As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation.
No. Sit down. Go back to police academy. Rethink your life. You've made horrible choices. You are not the police inspector you meant to be.
There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, it's true.
But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me on that, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought calling Tucker's sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takasuchi Hochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here.
Yes, evidence.
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. He's got a bubble. I want to talk to the bubble. Hi, Laura. Thanks for coming by.
You haven't missed very much. All I did was just press everything. And if you want to come into voice chat, that is also a possibility.
Doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Yes.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed.
Perhaps Prosecutor Ochi is finally starting to see sense. No, he's just looking up. He's just trying to see under her hat.
I very much doubt that.
Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clues somewhere to help us find a chink in our armor.
Kazuma.
What, Ryunosuke?
There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering
you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective.
Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on the last statement again. Oh, mate. How do I switch over again?
Yes! There it is again! The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Bird as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
Wait, what do you mean?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought.
Sorry? Pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Sasuke. It's all to do with the witness marker.
What mark? You...
See, at the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. But by moving the marker left and right with the arrow keys, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. Use the keys, not your eyes. Your eyes are not real, only the keys exist. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with the Z key. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue.
Oh, dragon. Angry dragon. That was actually really good timing for the dragon to be like... Pursue with the force of a dragon.
Find the truth. Ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand? Take a good look around.
Alright then, so first I should move the marker across and focus on the detective. Then pursue him and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Where's the... Okay.
Chotto! Excuse me! What the... What's the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. Please don't die. I don't want to be sued for involuntary manslaughter in court. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply.
Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to cue up the...
Objection! What is the meaning of this? Give me just a sec.
There. This over here. Imagine accidentally voluntarily someone on our job Achilles. They'll just immediately declare a double you're clearly guilty.
It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not.
Nani?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Baby slack. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. You have to do big desk slam like... Ow, ow, ow. I tried to do it on the corner of my desk. That didn't work very well. I should have used a fist instead of open.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, Your Honor. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak.
Yes.
The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless.
Why is he... What do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. I wouldn't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see.
This man literally just like walked around the crime scene like, this knife looks real nice. Let me take this gun here too. This cup looks like it might come in handy too.
Guts. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
A crime scene thief?
Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example.
Huh?
Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says.
Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. Oh, good.
One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it.
Emotional damage, very effective.
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
The carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record.
Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Dolores Orange. Okay. Present. Wait, let's examine the bottle first. Let's look at the liquid in the bottle. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had.
It looks like there's a little left in the bottle.
Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going.
No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm face palming right now. And I have my hands in my head. This... You can't drink evidence. The fact that you even considered it is grounds for immediate ejection from the courtroom. I hit my desk so hard that it advanced the chat. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. And one way is through one. You truly are a failure.
Good. I wonder, could there be anything in this water?
What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden.
I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Look at this. The water defies gravity. It's upside down now. When I do this, the water becomes invisible. Let's read the label. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Cosimo?
I think it's French. This must be very expensive water.
Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking.
Then go to France and ask.
Okay. Just say that you don't know. My thoughts exactly. I hate it when people do this. There's like this weird habit I know a lot of people have when like you're right about something. They won't say, you know, you're right. They'll say, well, you're not wrong. It's just like, okay.
Present. Hey!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be there was poison inside?
Gah.
And the inspector's like, how could this be? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Mutter, mutter, mutter.
She's so fluffy!
I want to like steal her tails.
Order, order, order.
Nice slam.
On that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Take that. Objection! This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence.
I know, right? You little... He's not scaring himself with some death slimes anymore. Character development. Not yet, Laura. Wait until we get some real character development. I have a song queued up for it and everything.
You little rookie imbecile, haven't you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed a accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection! This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
Angry hamster noises.
If I may, I will silence you forever for this. Shut up!
I like her.
Shut up! It is you who should be silent. Of course. I'm sorry, dear lady.
Where did that come from?
She just snapped.
I also like that her shut up is written in cursive. It's great.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you've still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. All of the time. Everywhere. All at once. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No. No! Splat. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You have successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This cannot be. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
No.
Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit.
I'm done for. No more. I want to go home. I want to take naps. I want to play games.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point?
Kazuma, save me, senpai.
Sorry, Inosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Mumble, mumble, grumble, bumble. Hold it! I return. Please wait.
Huh? Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued.
Susato is the best. Bestest Susato. Susato deserves all of the head pats. I want head pats. I want head pats.
22nd of November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 2.
Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman, no less.
This is why I hate Algae. This is why I hate the other person.
The rules state that females are not permitted in this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment.
But, Your Excellency,
I am most grateful.
the rules say you can't be here.
Okay, but how about fuck you? I shall do it anyway. Thank you for your consideration.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something, written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. Huh? The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. We've been running back and forth to do this to get here in time. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If
If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful.
Thank you! Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. And now you know where this court record voice comes from. It's for her! Goodbye then, and good luck.
Very well.
This is our bestest.
You've had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer.
Let us quickly look at the court record.
Synopsis. Cure is a poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects are instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Practical applications. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have an application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation.
And notice that the statement that Hosonaga made earlier was that we made tests for every poison known in Japan at this point. She poisoned him. Like, I think at this point it's kind of obvious that she's the culprit. Or at least I feel like this is the moment when I was like, okay, this makes sense. I think she's the culprit because she was researching an unknown poison. That obviously testing for every known poison, you wouldn't include that because it's not known in Japan.
I ask the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Rinosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last...
Sorry.
really last chance.
Yes, I know.
Disclaim.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett.
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady.
Slam the gavel.
So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Obviously, it's
Giselle's report. Hi!
Miss Giselle Bryn,
Yes!
understand you are studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University, doing research.
Your point?
Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
oh, we have a spam bot. And account created 1 hour ago. This is bot. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I did squish it. Objection! Your spam is not welcome. How do I do the thingy? No. How do I do the thing? Boink. What? Okay.
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counselor? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection! What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it!
You wouldn't have done. That sentence breaks my brain. You wouldn't have done. Why not just say you wouldn't have?
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist.
Correct. Which means no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify it. Big slam. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle.
I like how Inosuke's just like, papers.
Papers?
Oh, papers. Yes, this paper. No, I like this paper more. I can't decide which is best. Maybe this one? Or that one? Good.
And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection! Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery!
I really like that word because it's so fitting to its definition.
To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
God.
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that.
I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain.
According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean the other way around? What do you mean?
What are those? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counselor. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson had, the effects would go largely unnoticed.
But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death.
The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscle that control respiration to fail.
Respiration?
In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation.
Your lungs stop working, and then you die.
And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly poison.
That actually is pretty dark.
And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying...
Oh wait, that's the judge, sorry.
Actually contained this terrifying poison?
Objection. This is all very convenient, isn't it? It's a conspiracy, a hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some... It is you who must be taught. Of course, dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Shut up.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection. Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
Cry more, baby.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't, see why not.
Bottle is now empty.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish court romantics. It's laughable, really.
Oh, that's the voice I was... Thank you for reminding me, Bayonetta.
But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end.
Cheers!
Yes, she has a swan on her head.
Nom 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 nom.
Wait, what are you doing?
Refreshing. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for the shabby affair.
But her voice is more like, shut up! So she has like a more breathy voice than Bayonetta. But I like doing that too.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. Good.
So, no cure. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying?
Good.
Sorry, hold on a sec. Okay, sorry about that.
You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given.
Gah, how?
This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in a bottle. So how? How did she? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
The trick here is if we look at the record again. The route of entry says it has to enter the body through a wound, like it needs to get directly into your bloodstream. So going through your digestive tract doesn't necessarily matter. So, but the problem then in this case is where was the wound? So, let's see. So, like, one option is that the bullet shot was made to cover it. The other option is that maybe it was like under the burn, like the burn was there to cover the burn, the entry wound. Nobody can understand it. Only people who understand can cross it. Nobody can cross it. I would like it if anyone got that reference.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little far eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. What do? Come on, Rinosuke. We have all the clues now. The bottle of water contains poison. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position.
You're serious? You sure about that?
Objection. Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer's in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim,
Huh?
then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Her own research report.
Hey! Take yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection! That's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. The impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
Bruh, you are literally the only person here who doesn't, who can't read it. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel.
Let me double check. It would be special characteristics, route of entry. Which section of the report refers to the alleged special characteristics? We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison, and it's left me curious about something.
Oh, Counsel?
Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years, to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. This is an excellent point. If it was fatal to be ingested, you would kill yourself eating the things that you killed with it.
So we've been led to believe, yes.
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat?
Yes, good point.
So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they?
Because then they'd be eating poison. Goodness gracious, Counsel! No, that would be madness!
No, this is a court.
This is the courtroom!
But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound.
Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense.
Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. ... But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kirai enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kirai's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little...
Angry swan! Rapscallion! Angry burb.
Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection! All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it could possibly... Shut up! So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. Angry. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy, and only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kirara is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric sucus.
Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric suckers?
What are those? What are those? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Nice, right?
Good gracious!
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in the court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Kirai poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
Gray screen. Time to think. Time to maximize our logic. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies, to tear down the walls before me. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Boom! Objection! There it is. This is the moment I was talking. This is character development. I was saving this. Yeah. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Oh?
Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurare?
I've become the great ace attorney. Which one is this? Oh, right! This is why. Because he had the dental work. It would get in through, like, the hole in his gum. Technically, that's a wound. Also, his theme is awesome when it kicks in here. I love this. I love the Great Ace Attorney theme. This is it! Take that! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curai are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of a poison drinking the poison water?
Inside? Intel inside.
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah, everyone gets it. Boom, desk slam. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged that many times in your testimony already, that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used the knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy, you'll find out soon enough. Boom, boom, boom. Where's she going? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? Is the English woman, she just smashed the bottle. And the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder.
Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water of that broken bottle as possible at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. Ah, you can thump the mansion stout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not.
I think you can switch to, like, the less breathy voice now that she's angry.
You. Let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. I'm really looking at this photograph. It's clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only poison who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection! No, you killed the victim that day, using Curai. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Inosuke Naruhodo.
Good.
This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke,
Yes?
we've come this far, but now you're the one who can finish it.
What? What do you mean?
We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head.
In my head? Head empty, no thoughts.
You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon.
Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Jason Derulo? Bare? Who is Jason Derulo?
So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell.
What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Cosmo, I think I might have something. Oh, in my head. Something about coffee on your head. Getting out of bed. Thinking over back everything I saw, I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Yusuke?
Come on then, let's wipe the smug smell off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait.
It's a thing that Chris, well, no matter where he is, no matter what time it is, and no matter his environment, his headband always blows in a wind. He has his own personal windstorm surrounding him. It flows from his katana up and back through his headband. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Like, I want to say it's the blood. Well, Laura, you'll never know. I could be totally telling the truth. I could be making it up. You don't know. But that's why he has the katana at all times. Yes. Blood. Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this.
Oh, do I have heart again? I do. He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you?
Absolutely.
I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection! Wait a minute. Where did you shut up?
Where are you going with this little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were.
Giselle Brett, I beg your pardon. This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. If the court seriously expected to believe something the accuser apparently just remembered seeing.
Hold it! This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate! In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime! I took it, meat and all! And I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. Gutswos, I did it all in the name of justice. For great justice. Yes! Then you can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on this blood's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate on the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Yay! Here's the plate. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's
Impossible!
I know, I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Stupid racist. I hate this.
I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This less pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Not like this. Not like this. No. No. Ha! A sorry-looking stick reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Well, we have the court record. Let's look at it. Okay. Under the steak is a key. It's a coin. That's the koan. This isn't her steak. This isn't his steak. It's the steak of the soldier. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No. I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Isn't this
This isn't the first time that there's been talk of a Hoy Koba. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means...
Let's grab the koan.
Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. It's from the Hoy area, too. That would make it really quite valuable.
It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look!
What, are you thinking of eating it?
No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure, my heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I want a coin next time I eat the big meats. I want a prize. Give me a fluffy prize. I want a stuffed animal. Give me a fluffy stuffed animal.
I think you may have the wrong end of the stick about this, Reinosuke. A Koban coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. This is it now. I've lost. Reinosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gap.
Huh?
Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what.
He's right.
Good. Believe in myself? Really?
Okay, let's think. Focus. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself.
I already did.
As the evidence requested by defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume there any further... Oh wait, this is the judge, sorry. Presume any further examination of evidence at this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues?
There is another clue. Big slip.
Your Excellency, please wait. This beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection! The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense. You will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found?
Let's do this. Lift up the steak. And then present. This is something that got me stuck a while ago because, like, I didn't realize you could interact with things while, like, notice how there's no interact key during this. It's only history and present. That's one thing that I think.
Got it! Good gracious, that's...
Koban?
What on earth? A whore of one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what that is, but I want no part of it. Objection! I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
That could simply be a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection! Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoy Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'd rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now.
He's right. It can't be a coincidence.
Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoy Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection! By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Wow. Even she's like, just stop it.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here?
The
point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that stake.
The owner?
Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is the old guy, Kyoryo Korekuta, the owner of Raste, hunting for a lost toy or a gold koban at the time of the incident. Take that! Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Raste, Kyoryo Korekuta-san. Kyori as in Mr. Cucumber something? Oh wait. Kyori as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct?
Yes, Your Excellency.
I remember him saying that he was up to something with the koban coin when it happened. Exactly the moment the gun was fired.
A gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, Hoyer Koban, my prized coin.
And this Hoyer koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection. No, please, why would Korekuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Of course, exactly. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay.
I also think that this is like pretty extensive for the first case. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. The logic here is that it's been swapped. Yank, 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 yank. It's like Ratatouille.
What's it all about? Why we're called up again? Don't you realize it didn't have a little baby out of?
Why am I doing this? Again.
When I saw Billy's empty his feet in a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man and a trash, worthless with antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this astea on his existence. Be that as it may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Raste memory serves, have you ever...
Oh, it's stuck in his foot. And even the baby is just like, whoa. Whoa. Violence. I approve.
That's it. That's the one, the very one, the exact same one that it is. That was splendid, splendiferous. How I trusted with my rusty bones managed to replace that fateful day. It can't be.
As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool, pull me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
My precious, where did you find my precious?
I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere.
We found your coin sandwiched between the beefsteak and its plate, soaked in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing, such an unconscionable thing?
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Everyone is just like, ...
Excuse me, could I say something?
Yes, of course.
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this early on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant and attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police department. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. This place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I like how smug he is about it. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hit Koroko to Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Koroko to Suban and hid it under the stake?
Obviously, it's yes and no, sir.
Could I? Take that. Take that. Take that. Take that. Objection. That.
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant, yes or no, sir? How dare you, you monster!
Monster?
I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master sergeant of the roar, huh? You're still accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ado. Ado was the mastermind behind all this.
What? He's actually blaming it on his baby. Your Honor, it wasn't me who stole the coin and then slipped it under the stake to hide it. It was my baby from my back, who flipped out like a ninja, swiped the coin from the table, put it under the stake, and then flipped backwards onto my back. He's truly an unparalleled criminal. Babies are criminals. Doesn't everyone know? This baby has just been additionally trained for a ninja. Hey, it's Hutchie got the reference. Objection Funk. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. This kid broke his back. The fuck?
Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Yasuno's are preparing to stand out in the Supreme Court, sir.
Baby literally like flipped off his back and broke his back, literally. Just like, yes. I am a true criminal.
Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant?
The place is even with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
It sounds like he just doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable.
And your target that day was the old man and his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are.
I know, right? I was thinking the same thing, like, you have enough to, like, every 3 days attend a like, high-end fancy restaurant and, like, buy their, like, beef steak. You might want to figure out how to, like, do something rather than use that to steal.
I was all set to leave the steak when I was halfway through devouring when it happened.
Bang!
Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if police conducted a search and found the gun in our pocket, I'd be finished. I'd owe too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. Slipped it under a stake. Hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with her again at a later date. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot.
Dot, dot, dot.
Dot, dot, dot.
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Oh, Miss Brett.
Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Doink. May the esteemed Jerome please be excused, Your Excellency. I'll head desk as many times as you need me to.
Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant, but certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
And that's where you're wrong. It means this was the wrong stake. Of course it is. Hiding a coin in a lip of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it?
Well, oof.
Dealing with a steak case here, no room for shrimp. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, that's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. But this is very relevant.
Now that all questions concerning this witness testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
No, you idiot, no, not yet. Thank you, Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And goodbye. And good day. Good day, sir. You get nothing.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Every time he makes that face, it gets me. It's such a good, like, oh, face. It reminds me of, like, this character from a game called Okami, where, like, they would go, like, and, like, look up at the sky. Okami was the best game I've ever played. I miss it so much.
Shinosuke, what is the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work up exactly, but something just jarred with me. It's the fact that he didn't use a knife. I just feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up.
That's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard.
Sorry?
You can think later, but if you don't call him now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it! Wait, Miss Brett! Hold it! What is it now? What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection. What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Inosuke?
We just read this in the review. She's talking about the fact that you used that he didn't even use a knife. He's just literally picking the steak up and going, nom, 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 nom. Yes, I'm right. But she said they're exposed to an undeniable contradiction.
I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it?
Look at the steak. You see, it's got, like, bite marks. He literally, like, picked it up and was like, nom, 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 nom. Like a chipmunk. Or Kirby. Take that.
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes? Go on.
More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten.
Good.
So you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a fine English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Oh. Oh.
It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help it.
Oh? Getting a little sweaty, arms weak, legs heavy.
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Yes, rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place, just like everything.
I've had enough.
You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady.
Should've ordered Mom spaghetti. Literally, this case wouldn't be solvable if... Well, it may have been easier. I don't know. We probably could have skipped this part if either of them had ordered it. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks on the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Of course I do. This is the end. Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been... what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward. This can't be. I don't believe you have it. Objection.
I don't. There is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? Obviously, it's Satoru Hosonaga again. Take that! The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. I'm glad that you like it. I like to add passion to the voice lines and make it fun for people to listen to. What? I have it? Yes.
Yes.
You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence?
That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. It's okay. Calm down. Don't die.
I'll give you head pats if you don't die. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korokuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak.
You what, cadet? I'm superior officer.
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
10 shot! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but I'm not brave enough to ask a fortune lady if she'd mind me manly handling a meal, hide something in it.
In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection! But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection? Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates.
Well, after it happened, when I saw a civilian being murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. So I said I immediately lifted my stick and hit the corn underneath it. Then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd hired it. If we decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance.
Scrink.
With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable.
I like how he's just like, yes.
However, fear not, Prosecutor Sam.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. You made such a headache.
Yep.
So, if it's Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table.
Yes, that follows.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both.
Oh no.
That's correct.
Then please present it to the court now.
Boom! The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on this case.
Objection. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest.
Believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Good. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you're reading from. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir.
Yay! I present the new...
Sorry for keeping you.
There it is, the blood spatter.
Here's the other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it.
There it is, the blood spatter we've been looking for.
The blood stain is clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
Good. It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Slam on the desk. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. Point! It's you!
Oh, the swan is down.
Done. Part Japanese? Me? Part Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no!
Flappy Bird! Oi, oi. Chickens are flying up.
Hallelujah! Praise Jesus! Why? Why? Why did she ascend to heaven? Or try to? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
We've solved the case. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, as chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no traces of poison would be found in his water? Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I'd ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There's no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I
had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt?
So I was right. There were 2 guns.
We...
And then I finished up my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended.
And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
She's French. She's lying about being an English gentleman.
I mean, it is the only thing that I could use that would still convey the fact that she has cursive text there and it's supposed to be her speaking a different language. But since I'm translating in English and she wouldn't be using Japanese, I just decided on doing that. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead.
Naturally, the gunshot caused commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun.
So, there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. ...
And so we reached the truth.
Your Excellency.
Yes?
I wonder... Might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
No.
He framed me. Bad person.
Thing is, we never talked about her motive either. I have no idea why she killed the professor. She was studying under him. I don't know. Weird.
It would seem this trial has finally run its course. Presume the prosecution is in agreement?
This cannot be! Takatsuchi Ouchi does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student!
You better start getting used to tough opposition.
What? Yes?
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten!
Kazuma, you've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. But you're gonna have to take this L. Quick draw. It's the way of the world. May you never forget it.
Ear slash.
See, Walora? That's where the wind comes from.
1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
Actually badass. Was that not glorious?
This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being someone as accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
I thank you, Your Excellency.
Use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has been only a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. The the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring about new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Sogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency.
What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden?
Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
And you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. Very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
One day you may become the great Ace Attorney. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty.
Yay! Cherry blossoms, confetti. Yay! Yay!
This court is now adjourned.
Yay, we're done. Yay! Apologies. 終わりですね。ついに。22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court Adjudicature at Defendant's Antechamber Number 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that trial! Oh. Cheer, 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 cheer. It's okay. Big cheer. Yay, thank yous. I wanted to refine the chat bot because the spam. Oh, thank you for
Ryunosuke. You finally pulled it off. Congratulations.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma.
No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from a place on Yume University Street. Don't forget.
Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do any.
Thank you so much!
If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. It's all thanks to you. Your kind words really should be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. It's okay, Aurora. You don't have any warnings. It's okay. It's okay. Rainbow. Also, I'm going to tweak it so that it ignores that from subscribers. So it won't happen again. Thank you for finding that. I thought I had tweaked it enough that wouldn't happen. But you did more swims than it allowed. Okay. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Speaking of Mikotoba...
Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order.
Yay! Big person.
Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you work together?
I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. Well, I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes.
Reminds me, what happened to the woman? Did Giselle Brett? After all, she's guilty of murder. Oh yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all.
She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
What? Shanghai? ...
Giselle Brett will not appear court again in this country. I'm sure. I'm certain of it.
What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh, it's a Hosonaga. Inspector Hosonaga!
Bow. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate...
But what's all this about consular jurisdiction?
We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice?
A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard.
But why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that.
Oh, can't they?
She's a student, but it just doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about our fate, does it? Something strange is going on.
So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan?
Afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it.
The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it.
Nod.
Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This seems to cause for celebratory drink.
But Professor...
You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun!
Bow.
In that case, might I suggest Lac Honorable? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink.
You're a detective, Hosonaga, aren't you?
Let's not worry about details for now. Guys, to La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. Bye-bye. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma.
pursue Yunosuke?
I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today.
I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work.
Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world.
I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. Couldn't help thinking that maybe you were the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me.
What? Come on, be serious.
If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for being a defense lawyer, I mean.
Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you.
That's the point.
Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point?
Listen, Yunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win?
Knowledge of the law? Question mark?
No, the ability to believe.
To believe? I believe I can fly. To believe what?
A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times.
Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it.
I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone.
Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Sorry, I need a drink.
Being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then? Well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person.
Believing in your client.
Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me.
Well,
You face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts. Because you never stopped believing.
Don't stop believing. Thanks, Kazuma. Dot, dot, dot.
There's something I want to ask you, actually, Yunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me.
It sounds serious. What is...
You're still here, are you?
Oh, Inspector Hosonaga.
I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go! Thank you. We'll be right there.
Boop. Exit stage left.
Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now.
Your first court victory! And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget!
Ah, yes, that too.
So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Sato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of their help and the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through the trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Case 1, and I can't remember the name of the case. I wanted to say the name of the case right there. Case 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure, and